Hello, hello, everybody. Cool. How's everyone doing? What are we up to? Like I said, we'll be editing today. We got a lot done last night, but not enough. I have infinite B-roll, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing. But for now, we'll listen to some music. Check our email. Hmm. Hey now, what dream it's over now. Hey now. Oh, I gotta remember to not sing along the songs. Okay, what is this that JP sent us? Sada Misaki. Sada Misaki. Is it here? Don't dream it's over. Oh, I see what he's saying. Is there a train that goes out that way? There's not. Hmm. Oh, nope. Okay, because originally we were gonna go. like this. I guess what we could do, I guess we need to look and see how far it is to here. $75 kilometers. It's almost probably the same as going back up to Matsuyama, huh? $92. Yeah, it's only. So I guess in here's what we do. Yeah, oh, come on, come on. Aichi, no. What is that? Ehime over there? Oh, okay. Golly. What's up, DC? So it adds like an extra 90 kilometers. But what we could do, I think what we do instead, we do our normal loop. Okay, let's see. So we start at Matsuyama-jo. Imabari-jo. Okay, and then we go to Marugame-jo. Marugame-jo. Kagawa Ken. Oh, you know what? Actually, we did that. Well, Takamatsu-jo. Mariana. And what we did is we pulled this up to this. That's right. Mariana Cross. It's the remains. It's not a real. That's fine. We have to go through Tokushima anyway. And then what was the castle down here? Mariana Cross. Wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. What was the next town? Oh, what did we do? Yeah, no, here. Hmm? Why is this not working? Oh, hold on. Okay, this goes there. All right. It's being complicated for whatever reason. Kochijo. Where, where is it? Oh, I see what it was doing. I see what it's doing. I was not paying attention. That's on me. Which means we can delete this because we'll go through Kochi. Pretty much go through Kochi anyway. It'll be like slightly different, probably 10 kilometers different, but it saves us a point in the map. If I remember correctly, we don't want to take this route. Yeah, 562. What was it down this way? 578, 601. So it's an extra 23 kilometers. Saves us significant height. This is what, 200, 300-ish? 200 meters for an extra day. Well, I think we're going to have to look at the map. We're going to have to look at the coverage map. $809 kilometers. That's a pretty beefy trip. That becomes... Is this the full one? This is not, but it's fine. Okay, hold on. Just finished Astrobot's hardest parkour level and waiting for the adrenaline levels to settle. Congratulations. I don't know what Astrobot is, but that sounds cool. What's up, Citrong? Welcome in. With me tonight. Donation goal, chat. Actually, I'd probably want this. They're sold out. Are we doing silly internet? No. No. It's good to see you though, Purple Flirt fan. This place is worth checking out. The question is, okay. Honestly, this is, what is this? 635 to 688. So this alone is like a 50-kilometer. Well, honestly, probably more than that. Japan is incredibly mountainous, so there are in tons of sea as well. Okay, delete. Okay, 156 kilometers. When it's actually probably 40. Okay, so it adds like 110 kilometers just to go out here. I think what we do instead, I think what we do the full loop. We do the full loop, and then we take a bus out here. I think that's probably the best way to do that. What? What planet? $14,000 for a Michiko out there? Bruh. Sugiyama Ryokan. No website, of course. Oh, they do have a website. You're beaten. This is what I'm talking about. 1 night, 2 meals, 7,300 yen. 3 o'clock check-in. It's a 47-minute drive. but I imagine I have feelings that there's not going to be any. I mean, what we could do too is honestly. Okay, what is this station? Here. Is there no station down here? Oh, okay. Here's this. Let's do this. 40 kilometers. Okay. Yeah, what the hell? Is it worth your best? Okay. Astrobot is a PlayStation exclusive game where you save other bots and retrieve parts to reassemble a PS5. Think of Mario Galaxy and you know what it's about. I also never played Mario Galaxy. Is that the one where he's got the hat? I saw the commercials for it, but no, I was gonna edit, but then I started looking at all this. I saw all these here. Whoa. Oh, my stream deck's not on. Look at this picture of my brother and I. This is when I went to visit him in Abu Dhabi a couple years ago. There's another picture of me on that same boat. It's pretty cool. The camera's no. Let's see if we can. Here's a picture of me at the Takoyaki Guy's restaurant. I have a ton of these. Takoyaki Guy always took my photo. Like every time I was there. And this is when I went to Rob's thing. My favorite thing is seeing Ami in the background being like, oh my goodness. Anyway. I was looking around because I'm trying to get some B-roll in to this. Not those. I mean, those are not going to go in this video. But I was looking around for my first visa, which I found it. We're going to cover all the important stuff up. Actually, let's just do this. This is what I looked like. Little baby boy. Anyway, so trying to go back through and make cuts and stuff like that of this video. And then I realized that, golly, I have so much more to do on that video. I have so many like things that I want to do with it, but okay. Mario Galaxy is we in Space One with the stars, with the eyes, and the piano. I don't know what that one is then. Okay. We should do a Carl's Jr. date. I was just there yesterday. I didn't get any food there. It's gotten way too expensive, but I did just get a drink bar. I got a Dr. Pepper and did a sketch there yesterday. What's up, Ned? How are you? I heard some of the deep lore about you. I didn't realize you and Gogaku here were the same age. I mean, I know you guys had talked about it, but no, not really deep lore. He just said that you guys went to school together. I mean, that's it. There's no. Besides that, nothing was. Nothing was said. I was just giving you a hard time. I'm a little bit hurt. No one noticed my haircut today yet. But it's okay. I won't hold it against you, chat. Okay, hold on. What time was that? Probably go to Tokyo tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be there. I noticed it. Well, that's the thing. It's just subtle enough. It's just subtle enough where, like, I mean, it is shorter. It's but it's also like, I guess because I have headphones on. I guess if I took the headphones off, maybe you'd be able to know this. But it's kind of funny too. I didn't really think about it. Shout out to our sponsors, QB House. They actually did give me 100 yen coupon for next time. They said I have like 2 months to use it, and I was like, I get a haircut like twice a year, dude. Like, make these coupons like a year. This is insane. But I might go back in a couple months. Like, wait, like 59 days. No, it's really funny actually. I was like, yeah, I really want to get a haircut, and then like, I kind of take the hat off. I kind of did it, and then I sit down in the chair, and as I'm looking at the mirror, he's putting the bib on, and I'm like, you know what? I don't really need a haircut, but I'd already paid for it, and I was already like in the chair, and I was like, I guess we're doing this. I guess because I got a new shampoo, and like my hair has been looking pretty good, so. But I guess it just hit me. I've been wearing hats a little bit more, and I was like, I still don't like how it looks like, Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber look, and that's just me in my own head. Actually, honestly, it was back here. The last lady who did it did not like blend any of this, so I just had like up in the back a little bit. And so I was really in my head about it. But then again, as soon as I sat down and I look straight ahead, I'm like, damn, actually, it's looking pretty good right now. I jumped the gun. Anyway, it'll grow back. But actually, but it has been getting a little bit hotter lately, so I don't mind getting a little bit of a shorter cut. Yeah, make it in Japan. I heard it from JP, but again, not any real lore was shared. Just that you guys went to school together. That's all. No secrets. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Okay, can we record? Oh, okay, this is what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to do a couple of... We're looking for a very specific moment. Not a very specific moment, but...
Sensei Martin, are you? I think I might be going in circles. Sensei Martin, are you serious right now?
How far does it? Dude, it does 1 minute chunks.
Martin,
That's insane. Oh, it's a 2-hour video. Okay. Dude, there's no way. I can't. That's gonna annoy me. I have to do things in hour chunks. You know what? I bet I already have this in DaVinci pre-rendered. Instead of going back through... Okay, file, save project, file, open, recent project.
Yes.
Okay, hold on. File. Can we copy a project? Okay. Close project. Therapy Gecko cut. Copy. Paste. Can I not? What? How do I make a copy of a... All right. Making a copy of a DaVinci project. File. Okay, this might work better.
I think I might be going in circles.
That'll definitely be working better. Okay.
Let's see here. Someone said, do I know what Kintama means? No, what does Kintama mean? Man, this is crazy, you know? I started this stream in my mom's basement.
Look
And now,
far we have come.
look how far we have come. Kintama means balls. Okay, that's good to know.
I don't do drops on my channel. I don't do like I've been thinking about how to incorporate those. But that might be
Kintama means balls. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, I feel like I feel like I'll encounter a situation
Gintama means balls.
where that'll be useful. Thank you for teaching me that. Someone said I'll be in your area in 15 minutes, but I can't catch your live show. Can I get a picture? Are you serious? Sensei Martin, are you serious right now? Are you about to stream snipe me? In the chat is actually in Tokyo right now. There's got to be at least one. Yeah, I'll meet up with Sensei Martin. How do you know where I am, though? What if I'm on the... Who in the chat, Martin? I'll wait for you if you're coming. Who in the chat is... How serious are you, Sensei Martin? I'll wait for you if you're coming. What if I'm on the move? How far away are you, Sensei Martin? I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream. You gotta do an interview.
I'm not a master editor, but typically my smooth brain editing skills, I just go and I just look at the audio. And that's it. That's the only thing I do. I try to well, we don't want to turn up the dBs. But you can see very, very small. That's when he starts to talk. So this is where we're going to want to cut it.
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
Okay. So we know this is this is at least one of the clips that we want. And actually we're probably going to... How do we want to deal with this? Here, we'll delete. What is down here? Okay, delete that too. Okay.
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
And then we quick export. Quick export. Yeah, that looks good to me. And we want this to go into YouTube data, or origin lore video. Save. Okay. And now we undo cutting all that. Undo cutting all that. And we leave this as a copy. And then we go back to the original video that we wanted to edit. I message, hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says, sure. Hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
Now, can I get a picture? And he says, sure. Zoom in quite a lot. Says, okay, I don't want all these linked. Actually, no, wait, hold on. Okay. Unlink. Yo, I don't want this linked at all. What's going on? What is time code? 11/19/45. My guy. What is going on? What is this? Nope, don't want to do that. Okay. Dude, what is going on? Why? Okay, I just want this in here. Oh, you know what? I probably need to put it below. Okay. Those are linked. Sure.
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
What's up, JP? Do the Twitch chatting. I message, hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says, sure.
But you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
Okay. And let's mute those tracks. My guy, come on.
I'll wait for you, but you gotta.
That son of a bitch. That didn't work. Okay. How do we just cut? Okay. I've got to. I've been learning some of them. Insert node, cut here. I don't know how to go back and forth. That's one I haven't done yet. Okay. How do I just mute this section of video. I guess honestly I could probably just mute. Oh, you know what? Probably have to, speak DaVinci. Yeah, that's what I was a bit worried about whenever Final Cut Pro, eh? You know what we could do alternatively? Hold on. I'm going to quickly Google to mute a clip. How do I mute one clip? Fundamentals are the same. Yeah, I imagine it's very similar. The intricacies probably not. Probably separate the audio track from your video there and mute it. Yeah, it is separated. It's not linked. It's linked here. It's not linked here. So, how do... Oh, you know what? Here, let's do this. Click here. Volume. Click here. Volume. Oh, I don't know if that's what we're going to...
Says, sure.
Oh, no. Ugh. Okay, what we probably... Okay. Let's do this instead. We pull this down to minus 100. This clip. Does that get us what we want?
Says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5.
That worked. Okay, so that's not how I'm probably supposed to do it. There's probably a better way to do that. But kind of like my Japanese skill, it's not about doing things perfect. It's about getting the job done. And that's where we're at. Which reminds me, I need to... Yeah, if y'all thought me yapping about content was tough, us just yo, that's weird. What's going on over here? Just wait. The green is not. I need to figure out how to do this better in OBS because it's not.
To the Twitch chatting, I message, hey, I can't come to your live show, can I get a picture?
Oh, I don't like that at all. What? Okay, hold on. Okay.
Message, hey, I can't come to your live show, can I get a picture? And he said, hey, I can't come to your live show, can I get a picture? And he says,
Okay, that's pretty good. Not big enough, though. How do we make it bigger? I'm joking. I'd lose the text, honestly. I'm going to make it very, very small. I want it to be like, I want it to have little throwbacks, but I'm going to make it very small and then move it. I don't know. I again, there's a lot of things that I don't know. It's like having receipts. Kind of like whenever I'm gonna like I have a photo of my first tourist visa, and it's like like I talk about it like at March 17th. I have a picture of that stamp, and then it's like okay, I have my first work visa April 13th. So I got a work visa in a month, like coming, like things like that. So like. I'm not talking like I got it that quickly, but it is like, I started work in April, and here's this, and I'm trying to do little throwbacks to like, whenever stuff happens, and I'm trying to figure out. I spent a lot of time just listening and cutting last night. Be consistent. Oh, that reminds me. Okay, hold on. I really want to talk about this real quick because I was shocked at how crazy. Okay, so I had one clip, one of my YouTube shorts on my main channel was, what's up, Jabwalkie? One of my YouTube shorts had like 10 views, and I was like, that's really weird. I'm not like, all the others are getting like 50 to 100. Yeah, like, okay, it is so crazy. This is exactly what happened. This one, I re-uploaded it last night, and it's gotten 1,600 views. Okay. When I first uploaded it, it had 12 views for like 2 days or whatever. I had it posted, and I was like, that's really weird. What is going on? And tons of likes compared to what. Anyway, and I saw what it was originally, and I didn't notice this. Originally, the thumbnail was this. And I didn't notice it because whenever I upload it as this, and I went back through. That's on me. I should have been checking all the thumbnails from the beginning. I didn't even think about this because I thought, like Instagram, this is what the thumbnail should be. So I did upload on desktop. It does some weird stuff, whatever. Anyway, so the thumbnail for this video. The thumbnail was this: no foreigners. The thumbnail said no foreigners, so argued. And then that's when I realized, I was like, oh, and it's also like dark or whatever, but I was like, oh, somewhere they're thinking I'm saying no foreigners, but I'm not. I mean, I was talking about this hotel's policy. This is the one hotel in Niigata. But it only had 12 views. So I was like, oh, okay, this is definitely, like, I don't believe in shadow banning or anything, but I do think, or like, I don't think, I'm too small to get like shadow banned, but I do think there probably are certain keywords or certain things in thumbnails that automatically like probably get flagged by AI or something, and then they get rid of them. And so I was like, that's really weird because this is the one that got a ton of engagement on Instagram, like second most, I think, probably second or third most out of 100 and something days is 169 days of travel, but it was like 145 video. There's a lot of like 2 or 3 day ones throughout the trip. And so I was like, this is really weird. It literally was 100, 100, 100, 1,000, 500, 12. And I was like, this is very unusual that it had so much traffic on Instagram and it's getting not even 10% of like a small video, over there. So I was like, this is so weird. And then it turns out it was the thumbnail. So then I changed it, but long shot with gorgeous things. So I need to really be careful about, like this one too. This is a water bottle. I bet if I change the what's it called? I bet it gets more views. Play the thumbnail game. Well, it's not even playing it's literally just like not like here's another thing too. Like this one did reasonably well and it just got bright colors and stuff. It's very, out there. Same thing here. Bright green or whatever. So this one I don't know why this one got so many. But it did. Same thing here. Here's a food thing. Anyway, so it does. It's kind of banana. Like we've talked about it, but last night I was like, this is a direct, real life scenario for me because again, I haven't made enough content for it to really, really, for me to think it really matters. But it really does. It really does matter. And so I was like, very surprised.
Hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
now I'd watched his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins. Now I'd watch his show.
Let's see. What do I do here? Hey now, don't dream it's over, baby. Hey now. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let's undo that. Alt L.
Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins.
Oh, you know what? I want to undo that. Let's delete this node. Let's go back to. Okay.
Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his.
Hey now, don't dream it. Wait, why is that two different clips right there? Why is this cut here? Oh, you know what? That's just the new clip, isn't it? No, it's not. What? Okay, this is cut here. Okay, I understand that.
Now I'd watch his show.
Whoa, too zoomed in.
Twitch, chatting. I message, hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his. Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his call.
Message him. Okay, I'll modify that in just a second.
Even though I was new to the Twitch chatting, I messaged chatting. I message, hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
now I'd watched his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were.
Also, I know that's gonna bug some people that like it's a whole thing instead of their face. The problem with doing just their face, because my shoulder is in the way first, it never tracks until they're past my shoulder. And that point, we've already seen their face for like, depending on who's walking by, 1 to 2 seconds. So it's, I know people are gonna be like, why do you block it all out? It's because I'm fucking bad at editing. Like I don't know, like, the situation is not where I can easily. I tried last night. They have a tracking thing. You put it in the middle, and it's a whole thing. I tried my best. I promise, but like, I can't do it because anytime my shoulder moves, it wants to track that because the face comes in here, but the shoulder is a larger thing. Is there a way to pull it backwards? Okay. The answer is probably, but for the amount of work at this point for me, I would much rather do this as kind of a makeshift thing and get better with more practice. I want to get this out relatively quickly, sometime this weekend. No, you can do it. I saw the keyframe. You can go in and you can add nodes at certain keyframes. I have not watched enough YouTube tutorials to even pretend to know what I'm doing there. So while this kind of looks a little bit goofy, maybe.
Now, I'd watched his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests.
I think it's fine. It's not. Again, it's like if someone complains about what is that, like a sixth, not even a sixth of the screen being covered for a couple of seconds at a time. I'm trying my best to like help, because with videos it's a bit different. If I'm walking, live stream, whatever, I'm in public places, but as a video, I'm trying my best to like cover up people that
for
weren't.
About a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5-10 minutes.
I mean, I guess I could make it a little bit tighter.
Now, I'd watched his show for about a year, and
hey now, don't dream it's over, baby. Hey now.
Now, I'd watched his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5-10 minutes.
Really need to learn DaVinci Resolve. I've been using command line editing with FFmpeg for years because all I do is chop. I'll be honest, DaVinci, especially like for base level, it feels pretty nice. Like for free. This is all free. You can pay, I think it's $300 for a lifetime license. Maybe if YouTube starts making me money, I'll probably pay that. There's tons I mean, this is for anything too. Final Cut, Premiere, CapCut. There are tons and tons and tons of YouTube tutorials. And for me, when I was starting out, I messaged my friends in LA. I said, hey, what do you use? And they say, well, we use Adobe for work, but we use Resolve for color grading. Like they used to use DaVinci Resolve, and then the company they joined is Adobe, like Adobe. Everyone uses Adobe type of thing. So they had to switch to Adobe to like fit everybody. Like if one person's on Resolve and 10 people are on Adobe, they're not going to fire the Resolve guy, but everyone needs to be on the same page type of thing. And so, but they do use, several people I talked to still use Resolve for color grading because it's got a pretty good, I don't know shit about shit. I up the gain, pull the gain down a little bit. I try to make a little bit sharper. That's it. I just kind of look at it and I go, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then that's it. But actually, this camera does a pretty good job. I didn't really touch much up. We'll look into it later. But what's up, Hoybit? Yes, we are editing
And
some
so
videos.
I was thinking, all right, I'll get there, do my 5-10 minutes, get my picture, and bounce. That's not what happened. I ended up being on for about an hour and 15 minutes, give or take, and far longer than myself or even Lyle probably.
Now, when they're running that way, like that gentleman, I don't think we see.
And far longer than
Yeah, we don't see. I mean, I'm only blurring when we see their face. I'm not blurring when they're running away from me.
myself or even Lyle probably anticipated on. But meeting
There's another one.
maybe meeting Lyle.
I don't want music. Do, 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 do.
But
Do, 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 do,
most of his
do.
call-ins or most of his guests were 5-10 minutes, and so I was thinking, all right, I'll get
Okay, hold on. I think we're here.
meeting Lyle.
Okay, yeah, sure enough. This is it. Alright, this whole clip. Alt L. And we want this, and we draw it around our shoulder again. And we blur it up. Okay. Try this again.
Meeting Lyle made me realize here's this person with 1 million Instagram followers, but he's also just a gecko. He's just a guy.
I was wanting to lean into, like, I was thinking about that earlier, like, because it's a running joke. He's a gecko. He's gonna geck across the universe, but I thought, okay, if I talk about it too much, if I talk about the Lyle lore too much, it gets too specific and too whatever. Okay, what is this? JP sending me some. Some of the forbidden tech. Yeah. I saw a few different ones. Maybe this one's a little bit better. But again, the big problem that I'm running into, like, we're gonna quickly yeah. So I watched a few different ones, and like I said, the problem is, like, in the one you sent me to, this is the main subject of the thing. So blurring this is a lot easier than, like, having it where it's coming from behind. Yeah. No, if because I was able to do it on my face. I can blur my face. I was able to, like, figure that out. But as far as, like, when my face is moving, like, this is the subject, and then it's the tracking is not. And it's so short. It's so. I don't have any interest in Lyle's background lore. Well, it's. Anyway, I don't know. I get that, but it is like it's just a little kernel. It's like for that, like, one. Well, not one. For that, like, those, like, 10 Therapy Gecko fans, they'll be like, hell yeah, I get that reference. It's the whole Captain America meme in Avengers. He's like, oh, I understood that reference. There'll be like 10 people who came from Lyle's videos, and they'll be like, Sensei Martian's a fucking Gek legend. and that 2 seconds is for them.
And I am also just a guy. And after that stream, he and I talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he was talking about how pretty much anyone can make content, and it's really more about the selling of it. About the selling of it, the don't want to say the market. About
I will say I've learned, or I've done more, like me actually being motivated to do this. In the last 12 hours, I've gotten better at editing than the last like 12 months. Because I actually have like purpose. This is a longer video, but I think it covers your situation moving and clipping. I will definitely check it out. Okay.
About the selling of it,
Okay, I need to make this a little bit taller. Nope. I need to make you taller.
about the selling of it, don't want to say.
Man, I think I still need to make it a hair taller.
About the selling of it,
that's good enough.
Don't want to say
you
the
see,
marketing
like,
or the making of it versus who you are. It's, anyone has stories to tell type of thing. So after Lyle and I streamed together, 3 people sent me DMs, and they were DMs saying, hey, really inspired by your story, your journey. Thank you for sharing it. Gives me confidence to move on with my life. I'm going on a similar journey or similar situation. And I thought, okay, if 3 people watch me stream, I will stream. That's it. I don't have to. I'm not doing it. I had no intention to get famous or anything. There's no concept of that in my mind. So I started streaming, and I thought, okay, I liked the IRL thing. I didn't really know much about it. Some of the technology is kind of difficult to use, but I enjoyed walking. I enjoyed talking about Japan. I enjoyed talking to people. And so initially I started doing kind of smaller walks just around. I had a phone and a gimbal, and I thought that's what I want to do, but it looked kind of goofy. I don't like the gimbal situation, so I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam and was using that. Now,
I think I missed somebody.
Situation, so I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam and was using that. So
I kind of wish we could have music playing, but I know that I will not. I'm not sure that it'll. I think talking about it. Even the Connor's crew is having some issues. All their resources. Well, here's the reality. This is something that a lot of people don't. I forgot to check their exact route. They're going. I think they took the central route from. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're hugging code, but I saw Chris's Instagram. It doesn't matter how much money you cannot, unless you're like Elon Musk and you're like calling somebody to do that. It will be. Like, you're not ever going to have enough signal to do what you want to do. When you have everything go that second video, it does exactly what you need for this, and will be something you need. Okay, hold Let me make sure that I have that saved. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't want to be like. I know. I was like, oh, I'll get to it when I get to it, type of thing. But it is also like
DaVinci Resolve has some of
one thing. Like, I'm enjoying the process of this, but it's also I am a complete beginner. So like, even a video makes it like look easy, and then you're like, well, what? Like, for example, I watched another video, and it said, oh, if you do Control N, it adds a node. Not on DaVinci Resolve 19, but on 18.5 it does. And then you'd think that keyboard shortcuts are the same because all the other keyboard shortcuts were the same. So then it's like, oh, well, no, you have to go in and it's Alt L or it's Alt S or whatever you want to, or no, Alt P or Alt L. Alt L is a layered node and Alt P is a parallel node. And you're just like, okay, I don't know what any of this shit means. So a lot of it is trial and error, and a lot of it is, I think, again, for this video, I'm fine with like blurring out that section. But yeah, in the future, I definitely want to get better. Well, no, that's the thing is like every other keyboard shortcut was fine, and maybe it wasn't even like looking into it. I think maybe that guy just already like he programmed it that way because you can personalize. You can personalize those types of things. Those sound like the present. I mean, if we'll have to watch it. Citron, you're very welcome. I think I maybe said "oh yay" on the Discord. That's good because last time you did not get a postcard because of whatever. So, please, if you're getting postcards, please let me know. I don't know who else watching. I'll announce it in the Discord too. We sent out 10 postcards. Shikoku will be sending out postcards too. Also, I was looking into you mentioned Sada Misaki and Ehime. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do my loop because I had a map up of that situation. It adds an additional like 100 kilometers to go see this point. So I think what I want to do is I will do the original. Oi, chotto. We just delete this. So I think what we do, and we'll see how it goes. I think maybe. Because now looking at the map, I kind of want to, if I remember correctly, down here is impossible. I think all of this, there's zero signal and very, very few. Right here, there's some stuff, but there's really nothing besides like highway type shit, and signal's really bad. But looking at the map, I do think, 693 versus 750? This adds quite a bit, but maybe do this. What is that? 750 by 32, 23, 24. And then if we have time, we take the bus out here. Like this is a post-trip side quest. It's an epilogue trip. We take the bus out here. And then we walk from here to Beppu. And then we fly home from Oita. Because there's a ferry from this... What is that? Anyway. Ferry goes to Oita City. Yeah, no. But Oita to Beppu is a 13-kilometer walk. And I could spend a day in Oita, too. Because this is, 12 kilometers? 10, 12 kilometers? Anyway. But at the same time, I don't know if the extra 50 kilometers is worth going down this way. Because, again, I'm worried everything's fine until here, and then we have cell service, but there's large chunks of towns where there's nothing. And again, yeah. Sure, maybe, but like I don't want to like I know I checked out this route. There's quite a bit of stuff. There's reasonable amounts of stuff. So we might just end up doing this. But then again, it doesn't look like a good if we remove that. Some people were going to be like, well, you didn't walk around Shikoku. You missed the southwest portion. And it's like, okay, fine. I never said it's a perimeter walk. It's a 32-day walk around Shikoku. Is the goal. And with this distance, 700 divided by 32, this is a pretty reasonable distance. This is pretty reasonable. And I can still, like, depending on how editing goes and how I feel and, like, practicing now, I can make maybe not daily videos. That'd be cool, but I don't think that's going to happen. I like this route more. Yeah, I mean, this day sucks. That's the only reason I was kind of thinking about going this way, too, because there's, like, not nearly as much elevation. But again, we don't ever peak 500. Originally, they wanted us to go through. If we weren't going to these two castles, they're going to have us cut through here, and it's like 510 meters of elevation. Also, the cool thing is we get to go here, hopefully. The ones that complain about it won't even walk the distance of their house. Ideally, we also get to go here. Where is it? Ah, yeah, nice. Now, I'm not going to buy anything from here. But I think I might email them and see. Anchi, Yasu. I'm probably not going to buy anything because the thing I want to buy is incredibly expensive. But if I message them and say, hey, big fan of your stuff, I'd love to, like, show off your thing. I think, again, it's so stupid, but I would love to buy it. It's sold out. I say stupid. I can never wear it, but for 37,000 yen, it'd make a pretty cool Halloween costume. YT would be pissed. We can't. But anyway, we're walking right past this one. Well, here's another thing too. They have the shape of my hat that I like. They have the shape, but they don't have it online. I assume it takes a really long time. I don't think they make a hat in a day. But I would like to see, because they don't have, I don't think they have. These are the Yondaime's Osusume. Yondaime is he's the 4th generation of Taketora, this type of bamboo. Tiger bamboo forest. So wait, I wonder, hold on, actually, let's click this. Yeah, you. What's up, Arctic Wolf? Welcome in. Yeah, so the thing is, I guess I could talk to them. They have the shape of the hat that I wear, and I would love this one. They even have this one too. How much is a hat? This hat is 16,000. If you get, hold on, the 48 centimeter one. Yeah, 48 centimeters is 16,000. So, how much did I buy my last hat for? Nope. Yeah, I bought my last hat for 1,300. So it's it's a lot. Now, again, if I message and I say, "Hey, I'm this guy. I would love to make a hat." Pay for it like that. I guess maybe if I. Well, no, I'm a fucking. There's no way I wouldn't be able to. Even if I spent like an entire day there. These are expensive hats. They're super high quality. Yes. They are very high quality, and they've been around for hundreds of years. Same thing. They make their own, like denim type stuff. But at 33,000 yen, it's a bit much. Yeah. Anyway. No, this shop is super cool. But yeah, it's not within the budget. But I do think they like social media and stuff. Let's see, Instagram. They probably have like a bajillion followers. Hey, 32. That's pretty good. Anyway, there's definitely a Shikoku denim is supposed to be top notch. Yeah, I've heard about. I learned today that denim is not always. Denim is a. We think of denim as like jeans, but I watched a video today, fashion guy on Instagram. And denim is a way of weaving fabric. And we typically do it with cotton, but you can do it with other materials too. Anyway, it kind of blew my mind because they took something that was like really fluffy looking, and then he's like, yeah, this is woven with denim, 1 up, 2 down, 1 up, 2 down, whatever. And so that's why with jeans, the reason why it's blue on the outside, kind of white on the inside, like, or on the, because it's how it's woven. It's not. Anyway, I'm digressing, but. Yeah, no, as much as I would love a hat from this place, I don't think that's happening. Not at this moment. Oh, see? They have it right here. If only they could sponsor you. See, that's the thing, though. They don't need. I mean, I guess I could. Nah, but see, I'm a big fan of paying for, like. I mean, I guess I could. I could say, hey, I've been using these cheap things. Can you. So you said a donation goal for it? Man, I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. I have to imagine it's between these two prices. So 16,000 and 38,000. So let's say it's 22,000. That's like 4 nights of travel almost. 3 nights for sure. 3 nights of travel plus food for the most part. 38K. So no, this one is 30. Well, I'm rounding up because I typically, for the more special hats, it's 38K. What is that full helmet thing? A long time ago, people who wanted to hide their face. I'm simplifying here because I don't know the exact history, but it was used for people who wanted to travel on the road and like hide their face. And whether that's because they were a murderer or because they were someone else. Also, some Ronin would also wear them from time to time. I don't know. I'll have to look into it, but I believe that's what it was. This is a giant hat, by the way. Yeah, it was to conceal your look. But again, it's kind of like most people never wore these. So by wearing the one, you're like, oh, this guy should be left alone type of thing. Super heavy? Oh, I can only imagine. Yeah. Nothing says inconspicuous like a half-meter hat. Yeah. It's huge. I mean, it's the size of this entire lady's torso, which, I mean, I don't know how big she is, but even for Yondaime-san, it's giant. Anyway, no, I would love this hat, but it's very much I can never wear this hat. Like I could wear it for Halloween maybe, and that's it. That's the only time I could possibly wear it. Anyway, so we do get to pass this way on this route. And this route, I believe, has the most signal. It's the same reason, like over here, I thought about cutting through here, but there's no signal and tons of that. Monks hid their face commonly. Monks did hide their face, but they were not wearing those types of hats. Those types of hats were more for travelers. When you contact them in advance to see about visiting, you can tell them about your hat and ask how much for a similar one. But like I said, my other issue too is, man, for $200, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can spend that on a hat. I don't think I've spent $200 like. I don't think I spent $200 on a suit. No, I spent $200 on the suit. No, I didn't actually. It was buy one get one free at Kohl's. Or buy one get one half off. So I guess I did. It was 200 and then 100. Yeah, 150. Anyway. Cheap hats are probably, well, no, that's the thing. We compared it. This is the exact hat I buy. I just got two new ones. They got delivered this morning. As soon as I started stream, or as soon as I was getting ready for stream, I haven't even opened the box yet. Oh, you know what? We should open the box. We should. What's in the box? We should definitely quality check them. It's a big box they send us. It's a big box. It's huge. Like. All right. Okay. Oh, these are different. This is a different material. I don't know if I like this material as much. But these are the headrests. Okay. Oh. Look at that, chat. Ain't she a beauty? Okay, let's quickly check. I think this time around, before we go on another walk, I want to find what is that? Scotch Guard or something? Or maybe even get like lacquer. Maybe even like buy some lacquer and like paint the top of it to help it
be a little bit more resilient with the rain. Okay. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Better or worse? That's a good question. We won't know until we try it, I suppose. Now this dude, this guy's beat up. Okay, so you can see, like, for example, let's get the new one out. You can see this, it's got the flower-ish pattern type thing. Very smooth, you know, everything's good. This guy, flower's gone. Wind, etc., ripped that off. It's very wrinkly because of the rain. Kind of shrunk up. Broken at the edges. Right here. It was run over. It was run over very early. It was run over somewhere in Kagoshima. You can see it flew off my head and then ran over. We have some of the string here that's missing. There might be an oil you can use. Scotchgard. Yeah, I said Scotchgard. Sorry, I didn't mean exactly Scotchgard. Also the inside. Okay, so see how this is more like of a... This is more of a real wicker, almost. Like a... This over here feels like plastic. You see how it's more white as well? This feels more... This feels cheaper. It's going to be more comfortable, but it feels cheaper. Also, the cabling, or the... Sorry, not the cabling. The string. This is nylon string. Like a shoestring. Versus... I mean, this is really gross. But this used to be cloth. Like... actual cloth. It got so matted down and gross... because I'm disgusting when I'm walking. And then I added the green string for wind to have that way, then it wouldn't fly off. Okay, so we checked the first one. We gotta check the second one now. Hey now, don't dream it's over, babe. Okay, we got some stuff going on here. We're gonna have to super glue this down. A little bit of a divot up here. That's okay. A little bit of string here. Flower's not as pretty, but yeah. All the joints appear to be fastened tightly. Exciting. Yeah, that's the problem. The problem is I can buy 10 of these hats. More than that. I can buy more than 10 hats. And never really be an issue. Looking pretty good. You know, it's funny. Hold on, I really need to get a drink, but I want to talk about that. And I feel like... Okay. I thought about that. You know, every year, I'll get going too. I'll stick around for this. You know, I thought about, like, every year a couple of streamers, I mean, Sea-Dog, I think every year does a charity event, and they auction things off. And I thought about, what if one day I become famous and I auction that hat off for charity or whatever? And then I thought about it. I was like, I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if...
Put them as decorations. The wall of hats. I have thought about signing the hats or like putting on the inside, like dating it somewhere. But then also a lot of people too for the Ohinro in Shikoku, they'll write across it, or they'll write around it or things like that. So, I think he stopped that auction because of too many fake bids screwing him over. Interesting. Well, maybe not him. Maybe we do an auction, and it goes to whatever fund, whatever. I don't know. It's anyway. I like the idea of giving back if I can. Right now, I'm not in a position to like do lots of free charity type stuff, but you know, maybe one day. Maybe one day I can help out with that sort of thing. A wall of hats would be pretty fun, though, and have different hats. My next question is, how do I... Okay, I need to talk to a guy. I saw one of the rickshaw guys. He had a cover. He had a hat like mine, but he had a cover. You can find tons of covers for this. I wonder if we can... Here. Gotoku? What does Gotoku mean? Brother. Oh, it's like. My brother in Christ, what is going on? Sandogasa ame. Brother. I don't want ame no ame. Dang, that's pretty dope. That's a lot deeper of a hat. Same company. This guy definitely ordered it from me. What's the hat? It's called Sandogasa, but I've never... Like, it's such a... Sandogasa is a catch-all for any type of hat that's like that. Any straw hat. Hold on. I apologize. I've missed some chat. Let me make sure. Did I miss anyone coming in? Sprayed outside, let it air out for a day. Water resistant, yeah, weatherproofing. I would like a little bit of weatherproofing. Yeah, 1320 versus maybe 20,000. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I can buy like 15, 20 hats for the same price. And this place, hold on. But I think this place is, yeah, see. And in Asakusa, we see a lot of these. But we don't see any... But I've seen one guy in Asakusa. It's an older gentleman. He's probably... He's older than me. I was going to say a number, but some people in chat were going to be like, huh? For doing rickshaw stuff, he's one of the oldest people I've seen do rickshaw stuff. Let's just put it that way. He's still in shape. He's still in good. Oh, this one's pretty... This one's not bad. This is not quite where we're at, but... He had one. He had a cover for that style of hat. Golly. The fuck is this? Honestly, this would be more of a nightmare. That's way more wind, catching wind. Hey now, don't dream. Anyway. What's crazy is you'll find. Oh. Cut your own cover. Yes, that is something that I have thought about as well. Just making my own. At that point, you should just wear a pan on your head. Johnny Appleseed. Just wear a pot on my head. The problem is I want it to be lightweight enough that I can, like, it's got to be somewhat weather resistant. And another thing too, I need to find a way to clip it in. I guess I could clip it to the, like, because I'm worried if I clip something too hard here. Like, let's say I have a cover here and then I clip it with like a clothes liner or a clothespin. Okay, clip it. One, I'm gonna lose clothespins, 1,000%. That's gonna happen. Two, also worried if I do get a crazy gust of wind and then it somehow bends the hat or rips the hat or something like that. That's also a situation I don't want to do, because it could, if it starts ripping these little lines, eventually the hat would start to break down considerably faster if more and more of those are being pulled out. And so we really don't want that to happen. Magnets might be a good way, actually, now that I think about it. Having a cloth that folds and tucks here. Because also, if I get my own cloth, I could do it the Akatsuki style. I'm not going to do the full around it, but I could have it from the back where it covers my neck. If you all don't remember, even with the hat, part of my neck was getting cooked. Like, absolutely. Like, I haven't looked back there. I think I got moles and stuff from getting so many sunburns over the course of the 6 months. I feel them sometimes. Anyway. Getting some cheap magnets might be pretty good. Cheap but strong magnets, and then magneted. Nah, that looks kind of. Get those checked out. I did. I had someone look at them, and they said they're just sunspots. Because whenever I got my nose taken care of, I said, "Hey, can you check that out?" And like, yeah, no, they're just moles. Like, there's nothing wrong with them. That's okay. Cool. If you say so, doc. They're also the same doc. I have a bump here, and they're like, yeah, it's nothing, but if you want to take it off, you can. And I was like, what do you recommend? They're like, whatever you want, bro. I was like, that's not how this works. I am not a doctor. Just tie it to the head cradle a bit. Yes, that's, well, the new one I need to see. This one is strong enough, for sure. This one's pretty good. The other head cradle, the new head cradle, it feels a bit, what does it feel like? It reminds me of something. It's not as strong as that other one. What's up, Birdbanes? Welcome in. Yeah, I think Voxwell, I think I could do that. I think I could, as far as the neck curtain, I could clip something to that because it's also a firm clip, and that would be not too bad. Okay. Apologies, but we're going to get back to editing. Okay.
what I want to do, but it looked kind of goofy. I don't like the gimbal situation, so I upgraded to a situation. So
The problem is the waterproof canvas part would be different than what I would want for a neck. And actually, I had a neck towel for most of it, but I got a really weird sunburn because of that.
So I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an phone and a gimbal. I thought that's what I want to do, but it looked kind of goofy. I don't like the gimbal situation, so
I think we're fine with that one.
So I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam and was using that. Now, the next person, there are two main people who inspired my online presence, and the next person, Lyle was a direct influence. The next gentleman, Dave Bull, has become a direct influence, but Onishi was an indirect influence. And in March of 2023, I was watching Dave Bull's stream.
Thank you very much, JP.
And someone casually mentioned a book. If you're familiar with my channel, you probably heard me talk about this. And it is this book right here. The Roads to Sata, a 2,000-mile walk through Japan. And, I bought it, read it in March 2023. And in March, March 20. Oh no.
Okay, now we're going to have to do the tracking part. See if we can... How did we do this last time? Okay, this... Oh, no. Nope. Add layer. And this, and... My brother, what are you doing?
March 20.
Loses it. Camo sniper veil scarf to keep mosquitoes away. You could drape around your neck. The fabric has holes in it to keep airflow cool too. Enjoy the editing. Thank you. I will try.
March.
Okay. There's got to be a way to move backwards from...
March 2023. Now, March 2023.
Maybe that works. Maybe that works.
March 2023.
That looks goofy, but whatever. All right. Let's try this again. Okay. Playback. Play slow.
March 2023.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Jason, you dummy.
You know, I bought it, read it in March 20, and you know, I bought it, read it in March 2023.
Okay. Now, I didn't like how strong that was. Let's turn this down to...
March. March 20.
Oh, no. So we want... Hold on. We want this higher. Why is it such a noticeable box?
March 2023. Now, initially, I had no...
All right.
Initially, I had no idea what the book...
Okay. Hey now.
Initially, I...
Okay, let's try this out. Blur that shit. Go back to this page.
2023. Now, initially, I had no idea what the book...
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, let's go back and see if we can fix all of them like that then. I mean, for being a complete scrub... Okay, how do we... Oh, this one. Okay. Ha, cow hat. Cash cow, baby. Okay. Let's just try this. Let's delete. Play. Okay, there's the face. This. Track, forward and reverse tracking. Add in a blur. And go.
You know, why I wanted to travel, but there's one
What?
reason. There's one Japanese saying...
No. What's the 1511 minus 0.4?
You know, why I wanted to travel, but there's...
Why is it so different? Thank you for the 1-bit, Purple Flip fan. Ah, you know what it is? Okay. Delete. Add. What was it? Add parallel node DaVinci. Alt P. Ooh, you know who I want to listen to? I think we want to listen to. I had an odd number of bits, and the number 9 was pissing me off. And you only give me 1. You could have given me 9. That would have given you an even number. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Or am I? Oh.
You know why I wanted to travel, but there's one.
Hold on. Did that?
You know why?
Well, if you do it too much. If you do it too much, it doesn't. If you do it too much, it. Okay, how about this? Put a sensei face on the passersby? That's a good idea. It's my birthday bits from September. I only have 9 left. Got to save for the streamer who has 1-bit TTS. That streamer is silly. How to add a tracking picture to cover faces DaVinci. I'm not going to get anything back for this thing. Ugh, I have to go to Fusion. Oh my goodness. I don't want to go to Fusion. Can I just take a cutout and put it on there? Well, let's see. Okay. No, we don't want to layer mixer. Okay, hold on. Let's delete. Let's add a layer. And oh shit, this is what. Okay, hold on. Like yeah, I can add an image into the clip, but how do I get the image to track with the person is what gets complicated. I think for now, let's well hold on. Window.
How do you like my new t-shirt?
Okay, hold on. I don't want to get copywritten. Like my new t-shirt? It's actually a very old t-shirt, and it's actually a very sad t-shirt. I don't talk about this t-shirt very often. This is the most expensive t-shirt I've ever paid for it as well. And here, well, I don't know how far I can pan down. Does anyone know who this is? I don't think anyone in chat's going to know who this is. There's maybe one person in chat who would know who this is. Maybe. Oh, you like actually in response to the ad? Oh, I see. Okay, wow. Citrong. Is this? It wasn't a fundraiser. It was his scam on his way out. He's doing fine, by the way, but he was diagnosed with a lot of. This guy is crazy. He was diagnosed with lung cancer, and he still proceeds to. No, not really a scam, but he made these T-shirts. It's the bar owner at Soul Sisters, Iwasaki-san, Takashi Iwasaki. And he told a few of us that he had like pretty severe lung cancer, and it had spread a little bit. And so, he went through treatment, shaved head, lost his hair, lost a ton of weight. But he was selling these shirts for I don't even remember how much money it was at the time. And initially he didn't want to sell me one. He's like, Jason, it's like 7,000 yen, dude. And I was like, it's fine. I was like, it's, I come here every week. At the time I was going like once or twice a week. And I was like, you're a cool dude. And I think it's a cool shirt. And he's like, no. Like it's, it's, and I was like, who else is going to buy your 2XL? And he sits there for a second. He's not a hold on it. He's like, okay, you're right. Yeah. He's like, all right, 7,500 yen or whatever. And anyway, but it says arigato, which means like thank you. And so like he was making them and like essentially he was selling 7,500 yen shirts to all his friends because he thought like this was it. And I was like, damn, that's pretty. And that's been like 2 years ago now. So this is the first time I've never even worn it. And the only reason I'm wearing it today, I don't know if you guys saw when I stood up, undershirt. I'll never wear like any good shirts. Anytime you see me wear a nice shirt that I don't want getting dirty, I will wear an undershirt, which sometimes counterproduces, like it makes me sweatier. So it kind of doesn't really. Anyway. All right, let's watch this YouTube video. But it's black. Yeah. But by dirty, I mean like, okay, here's the thing. When you wear, it doesn't matter the color of the shirt. This is what I know. Like, you want to notice something cool? Let me see if I can find it. When I first started walking across Japan, I wore this shirt. See what color that is? That's a navy color-ish. When I finished, the light parts were not quite the color of the fanny pack. Sweat staining. No. See, that's nah. It causes, the color may not change because it's black, but eventually it will sun fade if I wear it a lot. But secondly, Citrong is 100% correct. Same with socks. Like I wear black socks, but I can tell if you give me a fresh pair, like if you blindfold me and you give me a fresh pair of socks, new from the package, and one that has been worn a few times in the wash, you can feel the difference. Same thing happens for shirts. Anyway, so a lot of the nice shirts I'll never wear, or like especially like the Metal Gear Solid shirts, I pretty much only wear them certain times. I'm not trying to get them dirty or anything. Okay, hold on. We copied that to put in media so we can watch this on stream. I've avoided. Well, it's a shirt thing. I mean, like yellow, like white shirts, they'll turn yellow. Yellow shirts will turn brown if you sweat in them enough. So I'm not trying to like, but you can definitely even black shirts, even dark navy shirts, even dark gray shirts can end up
How do you like my
with
t-shirt? That's the
fusion tab. Ugh. Ugh. All right, hold on. I apologize in advance. We're gonna watch this a few times. Hold on. How did he? Okay. I hope you saved it as a working version, not working on the original. Yeah, I have all the. Whenever I upload it into, or whenever I render it into DaVinci, it's whenever you render it into DaVinci, it's separate from like your save file. Well, I hope. I mean, like that's how I do it. I hope other people separate their workflow. Otherwise, you are really, really rolling the dice. Hold on. I got to go back to how he did that part. What did he... Okay, so... Huh? I missed something. What's up, Liz? Doing well. Okay. Okay. I think honestly we can probably do track forward and track back, right? Ooh, yeah. Gotcha. Here. Both. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh raggy. Here, let's do this. Okay, delete. What did he say? Shift spacebar. Tracker. Add. Okay. Oh boy. Liz, I'm generally doing fine. I'm actually doing pretty well. I just trying to figure this out. This is really good. Oh, maybe. Hold on. How did? Oh. Ha ha ha. Okay. All right. Hold on. What am I missing? Okay, so I think I moved it before. Okay. Delete. Nope. This tracker. Add. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, gross. I don't like. Why is it? Oh, okay. Why is it like this though? Okay. No, see, I don't want that at all. Okay. AFK lunch break. See you, Bird Banes. Have a good lunch. Okay. All right. Hold on. I gotta look through his pictures real quick and find a good picture that I want to. Do we have any good ones from stream? Eventually, I'll have enough that I think I could probably. Eventually, I'll have enough that I think I can probably have different faces every time. That would be pretty funny, I think. Okay, let's open this back up. Media pool. Import media, YouTube data, origin lore video, funny photo, fusion, funny photo. Okay, how did he do that? How did he... Okay, this comes here. Okay. Tracker. Match move. this is gonna be really annoying. Okay. Let's just delete it. Let's just delete that, and then we bring it back in. Actually, hold on. Let's redo the tracker too. Tracker. Never wanted it to be. You know what? Let's delete tracker too. All right, let's try this again. Shift. Tracker. Add. Don't do my face at all. Forward and back. Okay. That's right. We have to plug this into here. Plug this into here. Okay. Forward and back. No. See, I don't want this. I don't want this at all. I don't want it tracking my face. You editing? We're actually... So I was doing fine just cutting and things like that. But now that we're trying to make it fancy... Point 1. Okay. Add this. This goes here. Tracker, operation, match move. Play. No, it's not a goofy idea. It is a good idea. The problem is somehow... Oh, you know what? This is going to come into play. Okay, hold on. Trackers. Delete that shit. Okay, you know what? Delete. New tracker. Plug it into the media. Gucci Gang. And now we do this. And we track here. How far back can we go? Track forward. I don't know what this red circle means. I do not know what this red circle means. Learning advanced editing is worth it, or should we wait for AI that can edit well? I'll never use AI if I can avoid it. Oh, duh. I mean, I'll never use AI in the realm of like editing unless it's something that's like pretty sure some tools okay. Yes, whatever. You know what I meant. Like I'm going to actively try my best not to use AI too much because I think that that's yeah. I mean we're okay, we're nitpicky at that point. Okay, this goes For beginner is good, I think. Using AI, I don't think so. The only reason I say that is because as a complete beginner myself, because I am a noob, you have to understand kind of the concepts of things. If you just put it into AI and then it doesn't work, then it's a problem. ChatGPT helps my ass. The only time I've used ChatGPT is to, like, I guess I'll never use like AI art, AI editing, AI music. I'll always use real people for that. I've used ChatGPT twice, and it was to pre-write a contract for me because it just would have taken too much time for me to write myself. And so I said, hey, please write me a contract with these stipulations. And then I checked it, I reworded it, went from there. Okay, operation, match move, and then I needed to, what was it, transform? How did he transform? I see. Again, maybe I was being I knee jerk reacted to that, but I really really don't want to use AI if I don't have to. Okay, hold on. Actually, you know what I need to do? I think I need to do this. Trackers. Okay. Does that fuck it up worse? Okay. All right. Let's, now I know. Okay. Delete. Okay. Shift space bar. Tracker. Go. Connect it. Gucci Gang. Put it on this gentleman's face. Maybe make it bigger than it's supposed to be. Operation. Oh, sorry. Trackers forward and back. That didn't do anything. Delete. Making thumbnail. That's one thing that, I've talked about. Actually, we just had a guy who does YouTube as a job, and he talked about that. But that takes out the human aspect of it. I'm very proud of doing what I can do. And it may be shitty, and people may not like it. But, I'm very proud of that. Track. Okay, so there's that. Add in media, connect media in. Operation match move. This one, shift this, transform XF, add to that, and we can make it bigger. And play. That might be pretty good. Hold on. I like that a lot. Okay, hold on. Let me I just laughed like. Okay, the reason why I think it teleports at the end like that is because I think once it lost half of his face, I think it was like, oh, we're not tracking this thing anymore. Is my guess. I am completely. In the end, we all want results. No, I do this. I've already done the biggest accomplishment I will do in my life, most likely. At this point, I'm just trying to have fun. No, sure, we want results, but they aren't your results if you're using too much stuff or too much help. Again, it's different. If I had like if I'm making tons of money and it's like, oh, I can go do this trip or I can, but I think I personally have always liked a hands-on approach in my businesses, both in the past and now. Everyone has their own different opinion. That's fine. That's how do I? Oh, that didn't work. Why does that not work now? Can I manually edit it? That's what we're gonna try. Oh shit! Where did that thing go? This is the clip. I go to Fusion. Wow. Okay, what's going on here? 1823. Okay, now I'm dizzy. What is going on? Where did it go? Is there a save button? No, no, no. Because whenever we go back to this, like what? It's there. It's on the original. Uh, what? Okay. That's weird. No, because I did. Yeah. Okay. Okay, operation. Yuck. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, hold on. Maybe. Shortening, tracking, path, DaVinci Resolve. Honestly, I was able to find it. Honestly, we may just have like I think it's probably this. One long rectangle. I could do that. No. That's the thing. Well, the thing is, this is good enough. But we can see it. Oh. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Wait, does that make a weird, super crazy zigzag at the end? Playback. Play slow. That one looks so goofy. There we go. Can I delete points? Okay, we're gonna have to get like. So I think what's happening is the picture is too big. And that's causing issues as well. Because when it's smaller, I think it is still having issues, but looks like it could track off screen. Okay, here, let me resize it a little bit. Tracker. I don't know if that makes it any better though. Okay, hold on. It loses it. Sure enough. Well, also the question is, I wonder if it's. Nah, as soon as his face. Two frames. I think it looks weird because we're seeing his face. We're seeing his face for half a second. So I need to see if I can extend the media. Oh, you know what? I think I do this instead. I think what I do is I do this, delete, and it stops here. It never tracks back time. It just. I think that's what we end up wanting. Yeah, Blizzard Ice. That's kind of what I was thinking with this situation here. I stop it there, so then the photo. I mean, for a first try, I think it's pretty good. Or however long we've been working at this. I mean, and especially like real time. Like I'm watching it at 0.5 or whatever. Okay. It's pretty good. I mean, like sure if you like watch it frame by frame, it might annoy some people, but I think like. Okay, you know what the thing is? It bounces at the start. Well, that's because he comes in from my shoulder. He comes in from my shoulder. Because he's coming, like, it's a combination of him coming in and my shoulder coming down. Because I kind of lean back. What's your Asus laptop specs? Yeah, I can edit on it. I don't remember exactly, but I know I can edit on it. As far as this type of stuff. I don't know how long it'd take to render, but I can edit. When will I ever download G-Helper? When I turn my laptop on. I haven't turned my laptop on since I traveled to Lyle. So, 2 months. I take that back. I uploaded some stuff when I came back. But the bounce is because his head's bouncing. He's jogging. But I think it's fine. I think we're good. I think, honestly, significantly cooler than I was gonna do. Ship it. Now we got to do all the others. We have several others. Person here, person here. Oh, there's a funny... I wonder if I still have it. I know I have it. Let me see if I can find it. When I first get started. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. From yesterday's. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I was like, "Ah, son of a bitch," because I was ready to go. I had my thing, and then it's like, I just saw this guy. I was like, that guy is shirtless walking into the camera. I have to, you know. Chad, what you saw? I saw several shirtless guys, but I saw one lady, probably in her 40s, wearing a bikini. Walking down that bridge. Everyone can wear whatever you want, but it was the first time I've ever seen a bikini not at the beach in Japan. And she looked Japanese. She had these little hand weights, a pound maybe. And I remember thinking, because she walked by and I was like, I did not a double take like, oh, I was like, and then all the other Japanese people, like there were some Japanese people like eating lunch around me, and they were like, I mean, they were full on like this. But I was like, but I was so confused because I was like, I've never, in my 9 years of being here, and you could tell she does it often. Like it's her path because she walked up. I was closer to Kuramai, but she walked up because I was packing my stuff. She walked by me and I was like, and then she was already gone. And I was going to Dave's. I was going up toward Asakusa and turning that way. But she went up to that bridge, came down, and then started her loop back to wherever she was coming from. So she walks it often enough to, like, have a path. Just in a bikini. And again, I'm not like more power to anyone who wants to do that. I have just never seen that ever. Even at the beach, like, you don't see bikini. Like, she wasn't wearing, like, a string bikini, but it was a bikini. And I was like... Again, all of the Japanese people were like gawking. Wasn't bikini warm? Yesterday was. Yesterday was pretty hot. Yesterday was like 20-something degrees around Sumida. Or like, it felt 20-something degrees. I was sweating. My jacket, I sweat yesterday. Damn, I'm going to have to go through and find so many pictures of me. Do we have any fun pictures from stream? I'm trying to think of like... Because I want to go through now and do that for every single of the people. All right, I'll probably I'll go through and do all of that. Now the question is, do I always do faces? My face, or do I sometimes blur? Like, is it funnier to sometimes blur, sometimes have a face? Like, do I make it like an Easter egg? Like once a video, I do a funny face as a cover. DC, thank you very much for being here. Please drive safe. Please have a good Easter. I completely forgot about Easter. Easter's not a big thing over here. Because honestly, the tracking is easy. The tracking for that, which section of the video it's on, yeah. Okay, let me. Okay, so we need to. Okay. No, we want to go to color. This has been fun, though. Nope. Undo. Add. Window. Track. Forward and back. Didn't track. Because his hat causes problems. Is it tracking a car? I don't think so. I mean, I guess it could be, but that would be really. I mean, I guess it could. It could. Let's see. I think we're gonna have to go into Fusion for that, unfortunately. Okay. What do we do? Shift, Control, or Shift Space Bar. Tracker. Add. Play. Let's. Fusion. Ha. I always forget to do that. Okay. What's up, Birdbanes? How goes the editing? It's going. Let's see, how do we do this? FX. Oh, there we go. Okay, I have done something terribly wrong. Oh, duh. I'm a moron. I guess I am still a moron. What am I missing here? Control Z? Well, yeah, no, I know Control Z, but... Okay. We have the blur. But we don't want the whole thing blurred. We only want the tracker blurred. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's get rid of this dude. All right, I think here... Nope. Can I define the box parameters? Well, my main kind of issue is I don't know how to apply... That was the blurs applied to the entire box. Yeah, that's... So I understand... Like I said, I'm very, very new to DaVinci. So I'm trying to think of how I did this last time with the... I think, okay, what did I do? I did... Insert Gaussian blur. This goes into here. And then this match move, play. Unless it's like this. Okay, we don't want effect mask. This gets us the original. That's good. But we want effect mask. Is that right? I bet we're gonna have to. Let's see. Applying blur to a tracker DaVinci Resolve. Okay. What was that they just did? So it's not a blur. Let's rewind that a bit. Okay. Ellipse. なるほど。Hold on, I missed that. Okay. Let's see if we can figure this out. Okay. Let's shrink this dude down too. Okay. And let's see, what was that? Let's try mosaic. Take that out. Take this to here. Take this to here. Oh, cool. All right, I think that worked. Hell yeah. I mean, it's a little bit rough. Hold on. Let's watch it in the slow-mo. It's good to know that. See, if I used AI, I wouldn't know how to fix things. Because that's the thing is, if you do the automatic tracking in the color note or the color page, it doesn't show you the path. It just does it. But in Fusion, it shows you. Row Raggy. It shows you the path. Oh, son of a gun. Hold on. How did we do this last time? Okay. It shows you the path. And it's a bit jumpy here because there's... It still jumped around a bit. I know you guys are going to be like, shut up. I wish I could zoom in on this path. So I could like see it, you know? Like I could zoom in and be like, nope, we want the path differently. I think honestly, we can probably delete that one. Delete that one. Delete that one. Move this one here. That jumps around a little bit, but that's because the hat. I think the hat is throwing off the tracking. I know the hat's throwing off the tracking. I don't think we need that part. Hold on, we also need to look at what's coming next. Let's see. Import media. Oh no. I forget that I changed some of the 12 o'clock versus 47. Nope, not that one. It's got to be this one. C0235. Son of a gun, dude. C0235. Okay. Import media. Let's go. All right. Okay, now I always remember this one. Audio goes down to 30.5.
And so, and so, almost.
Something has gone very wrong. Oh, this was not cut.
with Mr. Booth. Granted, his journey was in 1977, 50 years before, and so about halfway through the book, he mentions something.
No, something was wrong there.
Did 30 years before I was even born. 30 years before I was even born.
Something is happening.
Was in 1977, 50 years before, and so.
Okay, something's wacky with the cutting there.
Considered it. Considered it. 30 years before I was even born, almost. Considered it. And so about halfway through the book, he mentions something that...
Okay, I'll have to...
About halfway through the book, he mentions something that,
What I'm going to go ahead and do for right now, just so I know, I'm going to go through and just add, because I don't want to do all, I want to get through this and then, I want to get through the bulk of, so we're just going to add, so it reminds me to, we're just going to add this. That way then it reminds me, I'm going to go back and watch this, make better cuts.
Through the book, he mentions something that, I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 37 years. I'm 30 years old. I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 30 years old. Of course, I can eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat sushi or things like that. And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. I've been in Japan for 7 years. And it kind of equalized this person for me. Again, I had always seen creators, authors, people as...
I wonder this part... Oh, son of
An issue was an indirect influence.
I wonder if this part...
Considered it. And so about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 30 years old. Of course, I can...
So this right here, I'm wondering, of course, he says, of course I can eat with sushi, of course I can do this. I'm wondering if I take a picture of the book and then I have that text somewhere right here, like, because it's not, I'm like kind of quoting him, but I'm not quite, I don't know how that works. I don't know the copyright on that. I imagine it's fine.
Eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat sushi or things like that. And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. I've been in Japan for 7 years. And it kind of equalized this person for me. Again, I had always seen creators, authors, people as above or, more interesting. But here is this guy who was kind of complaining about everything. And, he was the same as me in some aspect.
I'm very worried about,
but at that moment,
I'm very worried that there's a lot of people, particularly some like old heads that love Alan Booth. Like they think the Rosa Sata is the best book ever type of thing. And holy crap, if it gets to those circles, they're going to be like, what do you mean he complained about everything? This is the Citizen Kane of books. And it's like...
30 years old, 7 years in Japan, I thought, okay, I see some similarities now. And I started looking at things both from his perspective and then comparing it to my perspective. And at the time, I had no idea. I thought it's impossible. He quit his job for a few months. He was a writer to do this big journey. It took him 128 days, and I thought, there's no fucking way. It's impossible. But that summer, I was walking around, I was streaming, I was getting my steps in, and 10,000 steps turned to 15, 15 to 20, and I was consistently averaging 20,000 steps a day. And I started doing the math. I thought, okay, this is 15 kilometers. What if I up it to 20 or 25 and try to get a good daily amount in? Again, this is where Dave Bull comes to play. Dave Bull talks about woodblock prints. He's been making woodblock prints in Japan for nearly 40 years, and Hiroshige did the famous 53 views of a good daily amount in. Again, this is where Dave Bull comes to play. Dave Bull talks about woodblock prints. He's been making woodblock
I almost want to cut it out.
prints in
But
Japan for nearly 40 years, and Hiroshige did the famous 53 views of Tokaido, or the 53 stations of
oh, this is going to be interesting. This one we might just have to block because it's 2 people, 2 trackers. That might be advanced
views of Tokaido, or the 53
jutsu.
stations of Tokaido, and
3
he
people.
was showing a print, and I really liked that print, and so I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm walking 15 kilometers a day. What if I do 20 a day, pick a direction, and instead of doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and instead of doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And so
I mean, I guess I'm going to end up removing it anyway, but
views of
there we go. Sure. This goes into there. This goes up. Dope. Okay, cool.
Tokaido, or the 53 stations of Tokaido. And he was showing a print, and I really liked that print, and so I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm walking 15 kilometers a day. What if I do 20 a day, pick a direction, and instead of doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And so the old Tokaido project happened, November 2023, from I think November 2nd to November 26th. It's about 25 days. I walked from Tokyo to Kyoto. I did end up getting injured, and that's really kind of I pushed too hard, and I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film. I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film. I didn't make Instagrams or YouTubes, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had no intention of being a creator. I just wanted to share my journey however I could. I don't have a big budget. Don't have a big budget. It's just me and a camera and a backpack. But I wanted to share stories and talk to people and make that connection. So that was successful. I did this trip 25 days. I worked full time, worked in the morning, walked all day, worked in the evenings. I was able to balance the schedule. And in my brain, I thought, okay, if I can do it for 25 days, I can do it for 125 days, similar to Mr. Booth's 128. And so after that trip ended the end of November, I tore a leg muscle, took time off completely, no walking until March, mid-March of 2024. And I thought, okay, started getting better, did a couple 20,000 step days, felt good, everything felt fine. And so I thought, okay, now or never. You know, I could lose more weight, I could study more Japanese, I could save more money, but realistically, I really want to do it now. I had filed my taxes in Japan. I was going to file my taxes in the U.S.
So the reason I end up, I end at kind of weird spots. I'm sure you see that. It's because I think the shirtless guy was coming back. He went that way earlier, and he's coming back at this point, and it's like, dude.
in the U.S.
Okay, so now we have to look at one more. Let's see. That's 235. What is 236? That's probably 237.
I'd filed my taxes in Japan.
Okay, yep, there we go. Import media. Oh, shit. No.
I'd filed my taxes in Japan.
Okay, so it is that one. 237.
I'd filed my taxes in Japan, wanted to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought,
Is that how long? How long is 237? 28 seconds. Probably should be checking out 238 then.
now when I started my journey, I flew down to Kagoshima the day before.
Wow, I did not talk about taxes very much. Okay. This is turning into a massive, massive project, by the way. I was hoping to keep it somewhat short. It's not. I'm worried about that now. I wonder if I need to cut it into 2 different videos. $237. $237. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean this is quickly gonna hit like a 30-minute video. More than that. I mean, I'm gonna have to go through and cut stuff at some point, but
I'd filed my taxes in Japan, wanted to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, getting better, did a couple 20,000 steps, really want to do it now. I had filed my taxes in Japan. I was going to file my taxes in the U.S. I
And
saved up some money to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, in the U.S. and
nope, this. No, this. Oh, that hasn't been cut yet, that's why. I was like, why is it?
the U.S. Taxes in the U.S. Wanted to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just and then I thought, okay,
I thought I already cut this, but whatever.
I thought, okay, the U.S. and the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought in Japan, I was going to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought,
It's kind of unfortunate that like I have to include on those transitions like that. I have to include a still picture of like taxes or something. I got to be annoying because otherwise people are gonna maybe complain about
my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought, now or never. Now is the time. Get busy living or get busy dying.
We're not gonna use the fucking.
Get busy living.
We're not gonna use the fucking Shawshank.
Now is the time. Get busy living or get busy dying. You know. And now is the time. And so I filed my taxes, flew down to Kagoshima April 16th, and I started my journey April 17th. 17th.
Okay. This is where things are gonna get silly long. Okay, C238 and C3238. Left capture, right? That's what we want. Nice. Well, the thing is I know that a lot of people are probably gonna be like this is something that it's a kind of like whatever, you know, like I don't want to. I know I have to shorten things down, edit things down. I'm not that naive that I do need to cut some of this out, but having these smooth transitions all the time. Again, that's my fault for like I need to be perfectly posed toward the camera, so whenever I do make these weird things, it's not as bad. But okay, hold on. That reminds me. 30.5. You know what's crazy? Okay, so I'll leave it up for just a second. Whenever I do this, the camera picks up so much of that background noise. But again, if you turn it down to like 30.5, you get just enough of the background noise.
Now, when I started my journey, I flew down to Kagoshima the day before, April 16th, and then I took a bus
Honestly
from
speaking, I could probably end the video here. Right here. I could probably end the video.
and I started my journey April 17th.
That might be good enough to end that video. That's 20 minutes, give or take. I can maybe cut a few more minutes out from it. Because then I can start talking about the actual trip. That can be another video. This was supposed to be the origin lore, how I got into content, etc. We might actually do that. That might actually be what we end up doing. Yeah, that's probably what we'll end up doing. How do I redo? Control Shift Z. Okay.
To Kagoshima April 16th, and I started my journey April 17th.
Yeah, Voxel, I was thinking about that as well. Instead of a hard cutoff, it shows, and it might even be. I need to go through. I have some foot crunchy sounds, but okay. How do I zoom out? I want to drag. Oh, dude, I'm gonna fuck this up. How did these not get added onto? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. This is gonna bother me, but I guess ultimately the video flows. No.
The Roads to Sata, a 2,000-mile, really important travel book about Japan.
Okay, I haven't decided about all this stuff. What's bothering? Oh, just this. Instead of it all being on one track. I normally like to all the videos I like to have on one track, and then all the pictures and all the other stuff I like to add above it. Like here, like you can see this here. This is where I put the picture of my face for the funny, or the picture of this. And at the other video and stuff like that. I have to pee really bad though. I like having all the audio and video on one track, so then all the other bonus stuff or all the extra stuff I put in, I know exactly where to find those markers. Oh yeah, no. I know, like, for actual editors, it's a thing like to get used to. For me, because again, I'm very, very basic, super basic. I like, again, I know, like, oh, okay, at 10 minutes, 11 minutes or whatever, it's Lyle's thing, and at 13 minutes, it's my funny face. That's that you know, that type of thing. So, hold on, I really have to go to the bathroom. Baby, too much coffee. But no, it's just not a number 2, just number 1. Yosh. All right. Cool. I mean, still got a lot of ways to go. Still got like a lot of things I need to do. But I think one thing I do need to do is I need to make sure. Let's see. Timeline. The color coding. Yeah, it changes. So what is it? I don't know if I like that actually. We'll figure it out. I don't know. This one's too bright. The back looks too washed out, but this one looks a bit gloomy. Maybe it's just my screen. Either way, I want the video to have the same consistency throughout. So something happens here. What happens? The gain goes down 0.1. So honestly, I like this one better. Does look a bit weird. Yeah, this one looks muted, but this one looks okay. So we'll do this. Oh, you know what? I bet probably. Oh no. No. Okay. You mother. Okay, we just have to remember this goes up to 1. Okay. On these, we have to be sure that we are careful with that. Okay. Another thing, we're gonna have to move this up manually. Okay. Yeah, it's so weird that somehow, somewhere, it got turned down to 0.9. I like this color a lot more. I didn't really mess too much with the colors, and I like that. Again, I'm not a professional color grader. I'm not gonna pretend I am, but oh no. Luckily, I don't think there's any. I was sneezing in my arm, but this is a good shirt. I don't want. Okay.
Now, initially, I bought it, read it in March 2023. 2,000-mile walk through Japan. And, I bought it, read it in
Okay, so that stayed the same.
March 2023.
Now it's back to this.
Now, initially, I had no idea what the book would.
Nope. How do we zoom in on the timeline? I'll try later.
Hey guys,
All right, well, let's finish with finish getting the colors back on track.
No idea what the book would mean to me. I had no idea. Someone mentioned it. Oh, it's a really important travel book about Japan.
I need to edit that.
Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book would have. For the first nearly half of the book, I didn't really see eye to eye with Mr. Booth. Granted, his journey was, in 1977, 50 years before, I even considered it. And so, about halfway through the book, he mentioned something that,
I didn't mask her because I remembered, like, I was like, oh, I'm not gonna just like ship it. I'm gonna watch this like probably 30 more times.
About
before.
halfway through the book, he mentioned something that, I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 30 years old. Of course, I can eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat sushi or things like that. And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. Did the famous 53 views of Tokaido, or the 53 stations of Tokaido. And he was showing a print, and I really liked that print. And so I thought, okay, that's kind of cool.
I think at that point he was showing a print. I'm gonna also have that print show up.
I'm walking 15 kilometers a day. What if I do 20 a day, pick a direction, and instead of doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And so the old Tokaido project happened, November 2023, from I think November 2nd to November 26th. It's about 25 days. I walked from Tokyo to Kyoto. I did end up getting injured, and that's, really kind of I pushed too hard, and I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film, I didn't make Instagrams or YouTubes, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had no intention of being a creator. I just wanted to share my journey however I could. I didn't have a
Sometimes the .9 looks better though. Meeting Gauntlet started. Thanks, Foxwell. Catch you later. Have a good weekend. Good luck with the Gauntlet.
I don't have a big budget. It's just me and a camera and a backpack. But I don't have a big budget.
Sometimes the .9 looks pretty good though.
It's just me and a camera and a backpack. But I wanted to share stories and talk to people and make that connection. So that was successful. I did. I was going to file my taxes in the US, and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought, now or never. Now is the time. And so I filed my taxes, flew down to Kagoshima April 16th, and I started my journey April 17th.
Cool. I think we'll probably end there too. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Learned a lot of cool new tricks. Did I learn a lot? I learned a ton today. I learned some cool stuff today. It's still going to take time to, because we did a lot of, I'm excited to do, let's see if I can find it. Full extend zoom. Let me see if I can, let me remember. I think it was maybe one of these. Oh, I think it was early, right? Yes. This was very fun to learn.
Why I wanted to travel, but there's one.
I'm going to really
there's
enjoy
one
that.
Japanese saying, "Ino naka no kawazu, taikai o shirazu." There's a lot of different reasons.
I need to go find different pictures of me. Doing this was fun, and finding out how to track things through Fusion, also fun. Also, that's important too, because I think for Fusion, that's where I make maps and stuff in the future. That's when I'll have to really get into that. So doing this, it's kind of goofy, it's kind of fun.
Why I wanted to travel, but
I like
there's
it.
one.
I don't know. If you find out how to do something that takes multiple steps, you might want to write down a simple procedure. Yeah, I know, the good news is people linked me videos, and then I have those videos I need to make a new playlist of those. But I was able to learn a lot from those things. So I'm super excited. I'm very I know we spent the last 4 hours mainly just playing around and editing. And I think for this video, we'll keep it. I had more for when I started talking about the trip, but I think for the intro lore video, I'll have to go through and cut some of it down.
So I realize I posted a lot of Instagram shorts, and I carried some of those over to YouTube. I posted maybe a video about it, but I never introduced myself. So my name is Sensei Martian. I have been living in Japan for over 9 years. I came to Japan March 17th, 2016. Now, I've been trying to record this, and I had lots of different things, and there's a lot of different reasons why I wanted to travel, but there's one reason. There's one Japanese saying, "Ino naka no kawazu,
Listening and playing Forever
taikai o
Skies.
shirazu," and that means the frog in the well knows not of the great ocean. And
Hey, we did learned a lot. Oh shoot, I forgot to pause ads. There are the ads. Did you have an outline for this all, or is it ad lib? Pretty much. Okay, so what I did is this. I spent so what was yesterday? Yesterday was Thursday. Friday morning. Oh, sorry. Wait, what is today? Today's Friday. Thursday, I went to Asakusa. Wednesday and Thursday I both did. But Wednesday, what I did is what's it called? I recorded some videos. I recorded some videos. I recorded these first couple. I guess first several. Up to 228. 228. I recorded all these and I listened to them that night. But on the train back, I thought, before I even listened to them, I was like, I forgot to talk about the frog in the well. Because that's huge. The frog in the well is, I mean, literally on my Facebook page, March 16th, 2016, frog in the well knows not of the great ocean. And I was trying to, it didn't hit me that I should or wanted to talk about that until I was already, I had done all this other talking. I was like, man, I didn't yap about, one of the most important things. And so I listened to all these, and I was like, okay, there's some good parts, but I want to do it again, and I want to do it in this neighborhood. And no, pretty much ad lib. I wrote some very basic. Hold on, I'll show you exactly. So I listened to all these videos, and then I wrote down. Venus, you can send me the video if you like. We'll react to it, or we'll talk about it. I don't know if I'll react to it. If it's reasonably length, we'll watch it. If it's long, not today. Okay, so I watched all those videos and I was like, okay, I took some notes. So these are my notes, and it says Lyle, picture, Lyle, Arrow, picture, Arrow, interview, Arrow, support, Arrow, streaming, Arrow, watching other streams, Arrow, Dave Bull, Arrow, roads to Sata, Arrow, turning 30, internet old, if super planned, not an adventure. That's it. That's all I wrote. So everything else is ad-libbed. Or I've thought about it, but I didn't really it was not scripted. No. And that's kind of the hard part now, is because I want to keep a lot of that stuff. Have a good evening. Thank you very much, Hoybit. I want to keep a lot of that stuff, but I do, and JP was talking about this the other day, you can cut out a lot of stuff. And so that's where I'm at now, where I'm going to get a somewhat polished, somewhat what I think is finished thing of this video. And then I'm going to probably, I need to reduce it by 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Nintendo is an awful company.
You want me to watch a 20-minute video? I can't react to it right now. I don't want to react to a 20-minute video. Because if I was going to spend 20 minutes, I would rather edit stuff. I'll watch it on the train today. I got to take a train later for dinner. Let me check the coffee situation. Where are you going for dinner? Well, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go watch that Robbie Williams movie, Better Man. Allegedly, it's pretty good. Why Changes calls it the Monkey Movie, because the advertisements exclusively just show Robbie Williams, and then they're not really explaining it. And so we talked about it, do you want to see Snow White? And she's like, I heard it's not really good. And we've seen a bunch of interviews with the lady who does Snow White, and she doesn't seem very kind. And so Chain's like, we don't have to see that, which is weird because we've seen like all the other Disney films in theaters that have come out in the last 5 years, and so, well, excluding COVID times. But yeah, it's so I think we're gonna go see that. That's at 6:25 in Shinjuku, and so I'll go out. We'll get dinner probably beforehand. I think it's like a 2.5 hour movie. But apparently it's pretty good. It's got like 95% on Rotten Tomatoes or something. So, all right, let me check the drink situation, and then I'll come back and we'll check it out. As far as the Nintendo Switch 2, there's a ton of things that are not ideal about it. So, last I looked, the Snow White movie was fighting for the worst rated of all time. Whoa, that's bad. That's like really bad. But apparently, like, I was reading somewhere that the original Snow White was more in tune with the movie. Apparently, the original Snow White was kind of like a boss, like Brothers, not a boss, but like the Brothers Grimm, all those old fairy tales were kind of like, they weren't very Disney-ish, So, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I do know I'm probably not going to watch the movie in theaters. Dr. Pepper Sniper. Dr. Pepper. No, I don't know what you're talking about. All right, I'm gonna check the copy situation, and then we'll thumb through Sailor Venus's video. Apparently there's a stream sniper that goes around Tokyo and hands a Dr. Pepper to streamers. Doesn't say anything, just nods and leaves. Well, I'll be honest. They probably watch me then. Because I don't know any other streamers that are... I don't know any other IRL streamers based in Tokyo that talk about Dr. Pepper as much as I do. Because Dr. Pepper is not really a thing in Australia, is it? Rob probably wouldn't talk about it. Pete might. But he's from Kansas City. That's not really like... It's Midwest, but it's not like Midwest. He's a city boy. I'm trying to think. There's no one... What other... Okay, I mean, like... All the Japanese streamers Pete mentioned a few times. He probably has, but he's not a real country boy. I guess it's still probably the drink of choice. I guess it's not far enough north to switch to something else. It's not far enough east to be cola. The East Coast is super... I mean, with Atlanta, the Coca-Cola factory being there, or the Coca-Cola everything being there. Okay.
They have truly become the purest form of cancer.
Okay. While I agree with this, a long time ago, games cost $70, $80, like a long time ago. I think even like the original Nintendo 64 cartridges cost like $60, $70. This is not exclusive to Nintendo. Just a heads up. Rockstar did it with GTA 5. Bethesda did it with Skyrim for a little while. I don't know if they, I don't know if they're still Switch is still high price, but this is the original portings were always. This part is true. Hmm. Someone was saying for mini titles you can't even buy a physical copy anymore. If you buy something in a store, it's a code for digital download. Yeah, that's how I've seen some places are. I Here's the thing. There's a lot of complaints with the Switch, but I don't know who this guy is. Let me see who this guy is. The issue I'm gonna have is that this guy feels real aggressively angry at Nintendo. And I mean, that's fine, I suppose. But anyway, anybody who's like that angry is going to be quite biased. And I'm not super interested in, just like someone linked the guy who had all these like Elon Musk. The guy had like 100 Elon Musk video, like anti-Elon Musk videos. I'm like, you have one anti-Elon Musk video, two maybe? Okay, that's cool. You have like 100? I even if I agree with you, I can't, like, it's even if I don't like Musk or don't like Trump or whoever, like anyone who spends enough time, like I spent the last 4 hours editing a 20-ish minute video of me talking about myself. Or maybe they don't maybe they don't edit. Maybe they just put a bunch of Elon Musk pictures and just talk shit constantly. There's no real editing. Who knows? But if you're editing like multiple 20, 30-minute videos about somebody, you're pumping in like your entire life to hating somebody. I don't want to consume that content. It's just so negative. Like, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying all content should be super positive, sunshine, rainbows. I'm not, implying that at all. But if you consistently just hate something that bad, and this guy opens up, he's like, "Are you fucking kidding me, Nintendo? $80 for a game?" Yeah. You know who talked about upping games before? I mean, like, subscription games have been around. You pay per month for that, like. You miss the opportunity to call it Switch 2 Switcheroo. Switch 2 Electric Boogaloo. All right. We learned a lot of cool stuff today. Yeah, I'm not going to watch this video on stream. It feels just like really... I mean, I'll watch it, like I said, on the train today. But again, it's like the pricing stuff, every game... This is not a Nintendo exclusive thing. Every game company does this thing initially. Again, I have a friend who every time GTA 5 got reported somewhere, he bought it full price. And it took a couple years before they started discounting it. And that's the only reason they discounted it is because they realized they were making more money on Shark Bucks or whatever they're called than the actual game. Like they could give you the game, kind of like Fortnite. They could give you the game, but you're going to spend your hard-earned cash on V-Bucks. Same thing. Kids wanted to buy $1 million, $10 million in GTA 5 online. So, all right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out today. I really, 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 really appreciate it. We're gonna raid into. Oh wait, hold on. We have a new message. Didn't Sony eschew physical media entirely, or was that Xbox? I couldn't tell you. I haven't owned a new console in a while. Well, they said they priced it at 80 and 90 because that's how the company values the game. So if another company releases a game that's less than that, then they're saying that they perceive the game as less value to Mario Kart. Well, here's another thing. They're going to realize at some point that it's not possible. It's not really... Like, it's not... Eventually, it's going to hit the fan, and they're going to be like, oh... Yeah. I'm just waiting for that 1-2 switcheroo emulator. Okay. We're going to raid into Tonda-san. I play on PC primarily and having a physical meet in about 50. Yeah, the only game... Oh, you know what I should do? I should get my neighbor to sign Ghost of Tsushima. The box of it. Granted, he just made the music for it. But anyway. Kind of surprised the Switch 2 is an OLED screen at this point. Probably a money issue. I mean, I don't know. It's another thing too. Is like if you make it too expensive, no one will buy it. You would think. I don't know. Maybe they. Who knows? Who knows what they're really thinking of? But all right. Go say hi to Tonda-san. Thank you very much. That will come after a Half-Life span iteration. The Scandrinan, that's me too. I've been playing on PC the last like 8 years. Keeps costs down. Yeah, OLED, and it could be a parts thing. It could be hard to find. I don't know. I have no idea how all of that. I'm not even involved in electronics manufacturing, but it could be that they decided to go with different parts because they had consistent access to it. I don't know. So, but all right. Thank you very much, everybody, for dealing with me figuring out this editing thing. Super excited to continue doing it. And yeah, take care. Love everybody. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow we might do the pastrami sandwich. Maybe. Okay. Love everybody. Bye.